Hamed, sorry to interrupt you, but we cannot hear you.
Oops, can you hear me now?
Yes, now it's okay.
Okay, sorry guys. Yep, sorry. Okay, great. Then then I better that start again. Okay, thank again. So I hope you guys enjoy this event and bring back some information and tips to your work environment, and I hope it helps you guys a lot. So today we are going to talk about the optimum environment for SQL Server. I believe most of you guys are using SQL Server or at least administrating that environment. So it's good for you to know what sort of environment you need to prepare for the new deployments or for the existing instances, what you can do to improve the performance and the reliability. I'm from Fard Solutions. My name is Hamid J. Fard. I'm the Technical Sales Director. Right now, I'm based in BC. You can contact me through that phone number or email address or follow me in the LinkedIn. I'm the MVP, CIW Design Specialist, and Microsoft Certified Master for SQL Server. Let's get to SQL. That's my favorite product from Microsoft. Um, so when we talk about the SQL Server, it's not only the RDBMS. Basically, SQL Server is an ecosystem, which means that we have many components that work together to bring a value to you guys. So
Hamed,
basically, when we talk
sorry to
about the
interrupt
SQL,
you.
yep, yep.
We cannot see your screen now.
Oops. Let me check what's going on here. Oh, now?
Yes, now we can see the screen and we can hear you. Okay, thank you.
Perfect. Thank you. Thanks for bringing this up. Okay. So SQL Server is not only RDBMS. A lot of people think that, oh, we just keep the data in the SQL Server, but the reporting we use another tools. Let's say the analysis services we use another tool, or for ETL processing we use another tool. But they don't get it that when they pay for the license, they are actually paying for entire components, so they can gain the benefit and they can increase the ROI. Let's get back to the history of SQL Server. SQL Server was basically belongs to Sybase previously. And Microsoft and Sybase, they collaborate and they come out with SQL Server 6.5. Then in the SQL Server 7, which if I don't mistaken, it was 1998. Microsoft took over entire license and the credit of SQL Server product from Sybase, and they enhanced it. And in the year of 2000, they came out with a product called Microsoft SQL Server, which it was having the RDBMS, the database engine, and a small, tiny, mini DTS engine, which I believe maybe most of you guys used that before. It was very simple ETL process workflow. Then in 2005, they came out with a solution called, or the component called analysis services. But let's talk about the background and the history of analysis services. Analysis services actually belongs to an Israeli company, which they built the Cube system, the analytics system for BBC. So in back in year 2000 and 2001, if I don't mistaken, BBC was asking a company in Israel to build a solution to do the cube and the analysis. They did it, they delivered, it was successful. Then Microsoft acquired that company. They brought them to the Seattle entire team. Then they asked them to to build and enhance the same product, but named analysis services. And they park it under SQL Server components. So that's the history of analysis services. Then at the same time, they introduced reporting services and integration services, which is the enhanced version of DTS packages in in the SQL 2000. Then it comes in SQL 2008, which is my favorite version of SQL Server, is the most stable SQL Server version in the history of this product. And they came out with another feature called Polybase in SQL Server 2008 R2. So what Polybase does, it was able to connect to the text files, CSV files, and retrieve the data from big data, Hadoop, even back in year 2010. But it wasn't exist in standard edition or enterprise edition. It was only exist in SQL Server Parallel Data Warehouse. So SQL Server Parallel Data Warehouse, as far as I know, because I was working in Malaysia, only banks they have it. One is Malayan Bank, which is the Maybank, which is huge hardware. It comes with the rack of servers and the storage. It comes with its own version of the SQL Server and the edition, which called Parallel Data Warehouse. And it has its own set of command prompts and the command lines. For me, it's very interesting because it performs as a big data server or the Hadoop cluster, that kind of cluster. So it has a master and the slave nodes. The request comes to the master distribute the T-SQL to the slaves. Then the slave node, they read the data and combine it and put back to the master, and the master, acknowledge the data and send to the application. Then they actually enhanced this feature and they introduced it in SQL 2016. After almost 7 years, they come out with Polybase in Enterprise Edition of SQL Server, because the reason is the technology enhanced, and Microsoft, they didn't want to give SQL Server in bunch of the hardware bases. It was super expensive, and not many people know how to use that. So it become costly for the clients and the companies. So what this feature does in the SQL 2016, it's able to connect to third-party RDBMSs, Hadoop clusters, and also the text files and the CSV files. And it's able to translate your T-SQL to HBase, or what do you call it, the scoop language in the Hadoop, and also vice versa. From the scoop data result set, it can translate it to the result set in SQL Server. So it's a kind of integrator, or I can say orchestrator between these two different environments. Then in 2016, also they came out with Stream Insight, but the Stream Insight, I can just highlight here. It was introduced in 2008 R2, but you should install it separately. You can find it in the 2008 R2 installation ISO disk, but you need to install it separately. It didn't come out as a feature. Then in 2016, they come out as a feature. So what this Stream Insight does, it's actually doing the event processing. It's a kind of event hub. So you can develop it, connect it, something like Kafka. So when the event comes in, it processes it and push it to another app or the RDB. Is for the fast processing. And beside that, in SQL 2016, they introduced the AI and the machine learning as well, which is R and the Python.
Hamid,
SQL 2017.
sorry again to
Yep.
interrupt you. We cannot see all the slides.
Yeah.
We are in the first slide yet. Is it correct, or?
You mean, are you seeing the product overview and components?
Oh yeah, That's it. Is it correct?
So, yep, this
Yeah.
is it. Yeah, that's what
Okay.
I'm talking
Sorry.
about. Yeah, no worries, no worries. Thanks, you guys are giving me the feedback. So sometimes in the online events, it happens that the slide is not matched. Um, so in SQL 2017, Microsoft introduced and say that, okay, we want open source environment as well. Then they introduced SQL on Linux, so we can install the SQL on Ubuntu or Red Hat. Then they come out with SQL Server containers on the container, so we can install on containers, and also a lot of languages that it can be integrated and run within the SQL. So we are not really limited to T-SQL anymore, and the C# and .NET framework can also run Python, R, PHP, Node.js, C++, and Java. In SQL Server 2016, Microsoft introduced master data services as well. What this service does and the component is actually for the master data management. You can create a catalog, you can do the versioning on your data, you can push data to your master services. Just imagine you have CRM system, you have a sales, you have marketing system, have certain master data, like for example, customer information. Customer information like first name, last name, IC number, phone number, it's considered as master data. It needs to be unified among all these systems. So this master data services is responsible to keep those kind of data, try to profile the data, do the cleansing as well somehow. Anyway, we can integrate it with the data quality services, and we create, a kind of versioning, and we will know that um, which data is the current and the most updated data. Like for example, if client changes their phone number, system will automatically change it and push it to other systems like CRM or sales or marketing. Then Microsoft introduced in the same year, 2016, another service called data quality services. So this data quality service is responsible to perform the data profiling and cleansing. So this, how it works, we create a knowledge base, we create a kind of sample data, then we train the data quality services, and data quality services will perform the cleansing automatically. And we are able to integrate this guy with initial services. So every time that our ETL runs, it fetches the data from the source, it applies the data quality services rules and the knowledge base, then it will clean the data. Whatever it's not able to clean, we are able to export it into a table or into a CSV file or even Excel. And it's able to notify the data steward. So data steward will come and check if it requires manual cleansing, and they will do it and submit it. And in SQL Server 2019, Microsoft introduced Power BI Report Server. It's not component of SQL Server itself, but when you purchase SQL Server Enterprise Edition with SA, SA is short form of software assurance, you're able to install the Power BI report or on-prem, and you can host your Power BI on-prem within your company network. So you don't need to go for cloud solution. But anyhow, you still need to purchase the Power BI Pro subscription for the authors. So whoever developing the report should have valid subscription. These are the components of the SQL Server, and I mentioned to you a little bit of the history of SQL Server. Unfortunately, a lot of companies use all the components. Some of them, they are not even aware of the and the use cases. Um, you guys can bring back this knowledge and the information to your office. You can utilize more on the SQL Server, and also you increase the ROI return of the investment on the licensing and the. So now in the SQL Server, we have many editions. We have developer edition, we have enterprise edition, which they are both looks the same except the what do you call it, the licensing terms. We have standard edition, we have express edition, we have web edition, we have uh, workstation edition, if I don't mistake. I'm not sure whether they still continue with that or not. And we have express, and we have LB, and recently I think they say that is the SQL Edge, which is the tiny RDBA for IoT devices. But in this slide, I want to tell you why your company for Enterprise Edition. What's the reason? Over this decade of my consultation, I've seen a lot of companies, they invest in hardware resources. They invest a lot. They buy SSD drives, they buy the high frequency of memory slots, they buy number of cores. They invest a lot in the hardware because it's something that they can see. It's a tangible resources. But when it comes to license, they're reluctant to purchase Enterprise Edition. Until Microsoft bring me in and say that, can you explain to them why they need to go for Enterprise Edition rather than standard? I just have these four features, four hidden gems in Enterprise Edition. The advanced scan merry-go-round algorithm. So when it comes to advanced scan merry-go-round algorithm, SQL Server Enterprise Edition, it's able to scan entire in the merry-go-round algorithm, and it runs faster. So when it try to fetch the data from the memory, and let's say your query, and it try to fetch it from the memory and try to generate that, it's actually return it faster. One more thing that this merry-go-round algorithm in the advanced happens. Imagine we have two users, user A and user B. User A run query A with the parameter A. B also query with the same parameter. So it happens usually in the reportings, correct? Let's say you want to generate a report for the month-end stock, or let's say you want to check the month-end finance, the documents and the submissions. So most of the time, the results that is generated is the same. So advanced scan, what it does, if the user A the query right now, query takes about 5 seconds to run and complete, and the user B start after 2 seconds. So what SQL does, whatever result set it return for the user A within the first 2 seconds, it will share it with user B. So means B, when it runs the query, it doesn't need to run for 5 seconds, it run it for 3 seconds. Again, if the query and time. That's the scan and algorithm. Standard edition doesn't have it. So anything except enterprise edition and developer edition doesn't have this feature. And this one is enabled by default. So once you install this enterprise edition, done, it use it. Another one is the hash match role reversal. During the query execution in SQL Server, if you look at the query execution plan, you might see a lot of hash match operations. Usually it comes when the outer table is bigger than the inner table. Inner table is bigger than the outer table, or both tables are big and unsorted, which means that it doesn't have index to sort it. Then it come out with the hash match, the hash match operation. But hash match only performs well if the inner table is huge and the outer table is the small amount of records. And if let's say, so when we talk about outer table means the left table and the inner table is the right table, usually in the job. So what happened? If the outer table is huge and the inner table is small, the hash match, it doesn't perform good. In the standard edition, it doesn't care. It's as you guys write the query. But in the enterprise edition, it will try to check and optimize it. It will try to switch the tables. So the inner table, put it as outer, outer, put it as inner. If the performance is better, in estimated performance better, then it will try to use that. We have this feature called hash match role reversal. Another one is the data page prefetching. Um, you know that RDBMSs are the multi-user and the memory-based RDBMS. That's why they can be multi-user. Otherwise, it needs to be single user. Means that the data is residing in a disk. It copy over into memory because memory is the only resource that processors can access together. They can read together or they try to update, but with a kind of mechanism called locking and delatching. So we are still able to make it as concurrent users, but on disk we are not able to. So what happened? If you have a query that select table A and inner join with table B, in the enterprise edition, we have a feature called data page prefetching. If the table A is in the memory, but the table B is not in memory and is reside on the disk, and SQL needs to bring it to the memory. In Enterprise Edition, while it's scanning for table A, it's actually asynchronously try to read and load the table B into the memory. So which means while it's reading the table A, it's loading table B. But in other editions like Standard Edition, it will try to read table A from the memory. Once it's done, it will start loading the table B from the disk to memory and read it from the memory. You can see that it consumes a lot of time in terms of loading from the disk to the memory. And you can see your query is waiting for the page IO latch SH. That's the usual wait stats, which means that is reading from disk, loading to the memory, and try to latch it and load it and try to scan. Another feature is the scatter scan. You know that our data in SQL Server stored in the data pages. Data pages are HK data structure, which it has header, body, and the footer, which is the indexes and slots of the what do you call it, the records. And these data pages physically, it can be inside a disk. They are not next to each other, but logically, they have serial ID, data page 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and so on. But physically, they are not next to each other. So in SQL Server, when we try to retrieve the data from a specific table, SQL Server will do like this. Okay, I'm looking for logical order of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, because 8 data pages at a time. So 1 to 8, they are not residing next to each other in the disk. So what will happen? It will try to read 8 times from the disk, means that it goes to the offset for data page 1. Then after that, it tries to load it and goes back and check for data page 2 and so on. And what happens here? Windows and the hardware, they are not to provide dedicated IO resources only to the SQL, which means when the SQL IO happens and the data is returned back to the process, Windows will schedule an I/O from different process. It can be antivirus, it can be your SSIS, it can be SSAS, even Windows itself. So and the next I/O request will be delayed. And you can see for the 8 data pages to retrieve from the disk, it takes many time and the high I/O latency. But in Enterprise Edition, it down all the logical and the physical, and it will say, okay, data page, logical ID 1, 4, 8, 9, 10. Physical, they are next to each other. Then it will make it as a single scatter scan. Mean one time it scanned 8 data pages from the same physical order and load it into the memory. You can see that it's much faster and efficient compared to other editions of SQL Server. This is that unfortunately Microsoft doesn't expose it. I was digging into Microsoft documents, those the blogs written by engineers. I even talked to some of the engineers. Then I get all these gem features in Enterprise Edition. Actually, we have more than these 4, but these 4 are the remarkable features. So if you invest in the huge hardware resources and the I can say the very high-end hardware resources, but you don't choose the proper and the correct edition of SQL Server, then it's like you are purchasing Ferrari, but the driver is, sorry, that is a grandma. So grandma doesn't drive more than 60 km, and most probably she will never use most of the features in Ferrari. Just drive, reach the place, park it, lock it, and most probably will lock it by key. So these kind of things. So if you invest in the hardware, at the same time to invest in software as well, and you need to ensure the software and the license you are purchasing for SQL Server, it brings the ROI and the value of your hardware. So any questions so far? You may be you may unmute yourself and ask.
Amit, are you going to be able to send that
So
presentation to
yeah,
us later on? Just because I think we missed several slides
definitely.
possibly, and it's chopping a little bit your
Oh,
voice during
okay.
the presentation.
Okay, got it, got it. I'm gonna send you the presentation slide. I'm gonna send you the recordings as well.
Thank you.
Most welcome. So if no questions, then perhaps we can proceed with the next slide. Just let me know if you can see my slide. Right now, I'm showing the hardware resource planning. Okay.
No, it's only showing the Teams view that you have with all the attendants, and we
Okay,
cannot
how
see in
about
the
now?
background.
Now?
No, same screen. I can see right now just people who have signed up.
Yeah, it's like it's frozen.
Hmm. That's that's not good. Yeah, I can say. So you guys
Yes.
see the hardware resource
No, it's still
planning.
frozen.
Oh, still from. Okay, let me stop sharing and I share again. Perhaps it's. How about now?
How we see nothing.
Oh. So it's not loading.
Nothing yet.
It's a black screen.
Hopefully it's coming. It's probably a latency issue.
It might be, yep. Because now it says that it's sharing is.
Okay, now I
Interesting.
see that there's a
Yeah.
hardware resource planning on screen.
Yep, correct. So good. So I can continue. So this part I'm gonna talk about the hardware resource planning, which is quite important as a DBA and as a consultant when your client or your employer is asking what hardware should we buy or what spec, how should you respond to them? I have seen that a lot of companies, they overspend on the hardware and overestimate the hardware resources. And at the end, the SQL doesn't use much of resources. The first thing you need to do if you guys are going to purchase the SQL environment or the deployed new environment for your new system, for example, ERP system, it's better that you ask from the vendor, what is the maximum consumption rate for their ERP system or for their solution? Usually they need to test it and they need to come out with some sort of measures for you guys. Like say that they say, oh, if let's say you are having 50 concurrent users in the ERP with this much of transactions, perhaps you need 8 cores or 12 cores of CPU and this much of memory. And you know that they can go for the scaling, but they need to do the testing, not just by saying, oh, my other client was using 12 core, then it's okay. Maybe that 12 core is overestimated. And we need to measure that. So how to measure it? There's one thing called maximum consumption rate in SQL Server, or they call it MCR in the short form. So what happened? MCR, it will calculate the amount of the data that is processed for each query based on the CPU time that it takes, and it come out with the number of processor cores that it requires. Like for example, the formula is like this. When we, do you guys see the page with the formula, maximum consumption rate?
Yeah, it's up.
Yeah.
Okay, good. So MCR basically average logical reads of the query divided by average CPU time in seconds times by 8 divided by 1024. Then we will get the MCR. So how to get this logical reads and average CPU time is by enabling the set statistics, CPU, and IO. So, sorry, the time and IO. So when we enable statistics, then it will appear in the SQL Server. Then you just need to write it down. Then you follow this this formula. Then the next part of the formula is average query result set size in MB. Let's say you run a query and it return about 50 MB of data or 10 MB of data. Then you need to divide by the MCR that you get it here, then times of concurrent users. So if you estimate that you will have 20 or 30 or 50 of concurrent users, when I say that concurrent users means the concurrent sessions that they are running a query, because we understand that users, they can connect to the SQL, or the application can connect to the SQL, but it's able to just as a sleeping session. It can be just connected, but it runs nothing. It's just the idle session. Then you need to divide it by target time in second. Target time is your business tolerance in terms of the response of the system. Like, for example, you have an ERP system, then the business owner or the decision makers, the CIO, CTO say that, okay, we only can tolerate 3 seconds or 4 seconds per query execution, means that within 3 or 4 seconds, the function or the query needs to be completed, even though we have 50 concurrent users. So once you do it, it will come up with required processor cores. I can tell you, if the target time decrease, the CPU core will increase. So if, let's say, your business users, they say that, oh, we cannot wait even 1 second. Within a second, it needs to appear, or it needs to generate the result set. Then you can show them, maybe you need to have 40 or 50 cores. Then you have those number of cores, it will impact the licensing. Somehow you are able to come out with close to accurate resource planning. And from there also, you need to plan for the network latency. Like, for example, the network performance test, I do it very simple by pinging between the application server or the client to the database server with the 4 KB of buffer. I'm able to find out the latency. Some people, I mean, I deal with some network admins, which they don't have expertise in SQL. They say that, oh, our network throughput is a lot, is 200 MB or 300 MB or even more than that. But when we look at the latency is about 150 millisecond, 200 millisecond. We actually don't look at the throughput in SQL Server. We look at the latency, because every time that SQL try to dispatch the data pages and the data set, it actually chunk it into either 4 KB data pages or 8 KB packages, sorry, the pocket. So when it tried to send it, is always either 4 KB or 8 KB. It doesn't send lump sum together. And if the latency in the network is high, you will see a lot of queries are waiting for async network IO. That's the one. It shows that either the result set is huge or we have network latency. So once you check the network tests and the pinging, then you will realize, oh, okay, the latency is high. Then we need to work on it. So to reduce the network latency, we have a lot of things to do. You can add on the network adapters. You can do the teaming. Once you do the NIC teaming, then you can say, okay, this network adapter is for receiving, the other one for sending, or you can make it both as send and receive. But what I suggest that you can have, you need to have at least 3 network adapters. 3 of it, you do the teaming. Once you do the teaming, you reserve one of it as support, which means that if one of the network adapter goes down, the other one can come up and, you know, involve in the network and the operation. This works well so far, and you know, it happens to one of my client that one of the network adapter, I know it was out of service. It didn't work anymore. And the support and the reserve network adapter come up and it works. So it didn't impact the business operation, but you know, it happens. It usually happens in the network adapter. Another thing we need to measure is the disk IO. Again, some of my clients, they are using Nutanix environment. There is the HCI, hyper-converged infrastructure. And they always say that, oh, our storage is the SSD, is the flash storage. So we should not have any performance issues and so on. but the way that they configure the storage is not best practice for SQL environment. I understand that they are investing a lot of money in the HCI hardware to gain the benefit of multi virtual machine environment, um, you know, application server next to SQL Server, and they try to create a single big data store pool. Then they try to create a virtual disk and so on, but it doesn't work. So when we talk about the SQL environment, we need to ensure that from the beginning, we design it properly. Anyhow, however we design, even though it's a bad design, we need to ensure the disk performance is below 10 millisecond, which means that every disk I/O, the latency should not exceed 10 millisecond. That's the ideal. If between 11 to 20 millisecond, we will have some performance issue. Like for example, if you need to rebuild index, you need to back up and restore, we will have some performance issues. If it's more than 20 millisecond, definitely you have even query performance issues, backup, restore, even the checkpoint issues, and so on. We need to do the testing. So let's do some demo. I want to show you how to configure the storage and do the testing. I have one environment here. Uh, are you able to see my screen? Is the virtual machine I removed desktop in?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So this is fresh server. I haven't installed SQL. I just prepared it for this demo. We have C drive, we have D drive, which is temporary storage, is the SSD drive. And we have another one is the computer management. We have another two disks, separate disks for the data and the log. So when we look at the disks, we have here two disks for the data and the log. So now it's asking me to format it. Yes, GUID partition table. I'm gonna format that. And I'm both are online. I'm gonna format new simple volume. Next, let's say E drive. So we are going to keep the data files. Then the allocation unit size is suggested to keep it as 64 KB because as I mentioned there previously, every time that the checkpoint or let's say lazy writer or even fetching data from the disk to the memory, SQL does it always 8 data pages. 8 data pages it's considered as 64 KB. Then we format it, finish. And another drive, we want to allocate it for the log files. So log file, we don't need to make it 64 KB. Even 4 KB is sufficient. The reason is after the transaction is committed, then SQL Server automatically flush out the records, the VLF records into the disk. So we should not allocate it 64 KB because it takes longer time to expand the transaction log file. And also it will take a lot of space, which it can be empty space and useless. So we try to utilize it at the same time, increase the performance. So let's make it as F drive, log files. Um, I don't really go for the default, so I just go for this, finish. So we have these data files, log files, temporary storage. I usually use it for tempdb data files. So later on, I'm gonna show you during the installation. Now we are going to test DEF because I need to ensure that all these drives that I'm having is compatible with SQL Server and the IO latency is low. So let's use CMD, run as administrator, go for C test, and I go for C test result.txt. So we let it run. It takes about few minutes. Now it's testing the D drive. It's creating the test data. So you can see that it tried to read and write in different way. So while it's doing, let me go and show you the command line inside the batch file. So I'm actually using the SQL IO tool, which is the simulator for the SQL Server. And I have different set of options here. The first line, which is comes with the -KW, is for writing. Writing with 20 threads for 30 seconds. Drive D, random, random read and write. And the block size is 64. LS and BH, it will say that uh, skip the hardware buffer and the cache, which we need to do that. And also the -S64 is for reading the buffers. And the -O4 is the outstanding threads, which means that I want to pressure this environment. I want to simulate it like, oh, 4 sessions, they are still waiting for IO. I want to simulate the worst case. 20 threads with 4 threads outstanding. Then it tries to run. And the second is, let's say, 2 threads outstanding, random, 30 threads, WR, but this is E drive. The other one's the F drive is the log file, which is the write and read, but sequential, because log file is the sequential access. It iterate and it's a sequential access, but other than that, it's the same thing. 64 KB blocks, you know, uh, skip the hardware cache and 2 outstanding threads. I can share with you this as well. Um, when we load it, we can see this. It says that the D drive for the 64 KB random IO is done. 1%, you see that this one, 1% is having 0 millisecond of IO stall, but 99% of the IO is having more than 24 millisecond of IO stall. And the IO per second is 2.79. Average latency 20,000. This is terrible. If you see something like this, you just need to reject the hardware, or you need to ask your infrastructure team to redesign the storage. This is the D drive. So D drive random access. When we look at another one, D drive, random IO. This one was for the write. I think this is for the read. Yep, -read. So we can see the read is performing well. So in this case, this volume, this D drive is very good for reading, but it's terrible for writing. It can go for a throughput of 389 megabyte per second, and 68% of the latency is 0, 26% more than 24. So you can do the comparison. Then you need to come up with the matrix. D drive, read, write. What is the performance? And you can decide whether you want to keep the data file, tempdb data file, tempdb log file, or you don't want to put anything. Maybe you just decide to put it as name it as miscellaneous drive. You want to keep some installation files or some documents there, not the databases. Once you do this test, it will give you a lot of insights about the hardware resources. Then you can go back to your infra team and say, okay, this is not what I want. I need reliable infrastructure. Another one is the E-drive. E-drive, we can see that, oh, it's almost the same. The write is terrible. The read is okay, not too bad, but it's worse than D drive. Sorry, it's better than D drive. Sorry, D drive still worse. Another one, we have the F drive, which is the sequential. Wow, sequential write. It's good. You know, we have a lot of I/O, and the throughput is quite good. And the latency, we don't have much. It's below 10 milliseconds. And the write also is good, sequential write. So which means the only drive that is good at the moment is the F drive, which is for sequential. And sequential is good for log files, not for the data files. Data file is the random read and write. Log file is the sequential read and write. Um, Definitely in this configuration, in these drives, we won't have any performance issue in terms of insert, delete, and update, or transaction log file backup. We don't have those kind of problems, but definitely rebuilding index is problem. Backing up the database is another problem. And it has performance issues. You can highlight it. The good thing is once you do the testing, you can highlight it. So in future, when there's any performance issues, then you identify is the disk storage, is the IO latency causing it, then you can bring it back and tell to your infra team that, okay, I highlighted to you guys, and this supposed to be fixed, but it's not, and it's causing the issue. Um, so any questions so far? Guys?
No
Okay,
questions. All good.
okay, great then. So we move. Setup and configuration is another step that you guys need to do, and uh, to ensure that everything is perfect. When we set up the Windows Server, it's recommended that you set it up as a core. But most of people, they don't really comfortable with the core installation. Core installation, it doesn't have the GUI. It's all the command prompt and the PowerShell. But anyhow, even though you don't want to install in the core, that's fine. You can install the GUI. Um, and once you install the GUI, then you need to do a lot of other configurations. Okay. So when it comes to the configuration of the Windows Server, we need to configure the file system as well. I'm going to show you in the demo that how to configure the file system and what's the purpose of that configuration. Once we configure the Windows Server, then we need to install the SQL and configure it. So installation of the SQL Server and configuration is recommended that we install the service or a feature that is needed. Never install all the services in SQL Server, like analyst services, reporting services, but you never use it. If you want to install it, it's fine. It's not an issue. Maybe in future you want to use it, but make sure you disable the service and you put it as manual start. Don't put it as automatic startup. And ensure the service account is not disabled. default service account. You need to create your own service account. It can be the local account, Windows account, or the domain account. It doesn't matter, but it's better to have you know, uh, explicit service account. So let me show you a demo here. Once we do the testing, is done. Delete the file. To keep some storage space. Another tool that we need to use is the fsutil. fsutil is the file system utility. Few things we need to set. We need to change the behavior of the file system, which means that fsutil behavior um, we need to set the MFT zone, the memory usage, and we need to set disable delete notify and also the disable last access. These features actually slow down the SQL Server. First, disable the delete notify. If there is any file that, let's say the database file, we drop it, we delete it. It doesn't need to notify the operating system. It's fine. It's just deleted. The disable last access, we need to disable it. Why? Because SQL Server keep on accessing the data file and the log file. And every time it try to access, file system need to update the last access. We don't need that. It's time consuming, resource consuming operation, and we don't need that. Another one is the memory usage here. Memory usage by default is number 1, which we need to increase it to number 2, which means that it will increase the cache in the memory for the disk storage. Just imagine Windows also has a kind of caching for the disk storage. So anything that any data files or the data that even accessed in the disk frequently, then it will be cached in the memory. So we want to increase the cache size. So we put it as number 2. And the MFT zone is for the file system dictionary. Just imagine if let's say we have a lot of files in that drive, then we need to create and we need to expand this MFT zone. Otherwise, it will slow down the performance and the file system try to compress the MFT zone. So when it comes to the searching files or accessing the file, it will take longer time. We want to just expand the size. So what we do, we just say that, okay, fsutil behavior set memory usage 2. Done. But this option requires reboot, so you need to reboot it. Then we put the same. We go for MFT zone. I usually put 8, so that's the sorry, I put 4. That's the maximum, so it will be 800 MB. Okay, and we set another one is the disable last access 1. So when we enable this, it will disable the last access. And another one was disable delete notify 1. Perfect. That's all. So this is what we need to do. And another thing is the group policy. The next step is to install the SQL Server. So I'm going to install the SQL Server based on best practice. Before that, we go for computer management. I'm gonna create a user because right now I don't have the domain user domain controller. So I just create a SQL account. and I just key in a password. Must change, never expire. Then in this case, I'm just gonna edit it as a group of administrators. Okay. So I'm going to install the SQL Server right now. But before that, I'm going to create a proper folders for these things. Here will be temp DB data. Here will be user data. Here will be user log and temp DB log. I usually don't, if let's say we don't have enough storage, I keep the temp DB log file next to the user database log file. But if we have additional storage, then I will separate the temp DB data and the temp DB log file, user data and the user log file. So it will be 4 drives. So once it's done, we go for installation. Okay. Now we have this SQL account. We need to go to gpedit.msc. This is the group policy, which is very important to configure it prior installation. We go for the Windows settings. Security settings. Local policies, user rights. So there are few policy that we need to assign. One of it is the adjust memory quotas. Okay, adjust memory quotas for a process. Okay, administrators are already added, so we don't need to. The other one is deny logon through remote desktop services. So service account should not have RDP access. This is one of it. SQL account. And another one is increase the process working set. The next one is bypass traverse checking. Okay, is administrators added. Okay. Another one is perform volume maintenance task. Okay. Yep, which the administrators already added. So done. Then we proceed to the screen. This one quite slow hang. installation. Stand alert. So far, you guys have any question while it's loading? Choose the developer edition, same as enterprise. Accept. Let's say we install the database engine only and your application. And full text. Yep. Okay, just default instance. Okay. Then we change it. We change this one to what we have created, the account. SQL ACC. And the password. We set the collation.
Hi, Hamed. I think your screen is frozen again.
Yeah. Hey. Again. What do you see right now?
I can see the
Is it
edition
the
box
installation?
with the setup.
Oh, okay. Do you see the service account?
No, I don't think so. It's just it's an edition box. It's updated. It's moving now. Yeah, with the server configuration. Yeah.
Oh, okay. But now my connection lost. Okay. Okay. I'm back again. So it's like server not equal. Let me try again. If not, then we just proceed. Then I will try to install later on. Okay, seems it's stuck. It's fine. Let us proceed. Then we go back and finish the installation later on. So to install that, what we need to do, just set the collection, then assign number of files for the temp DB and the address, then is done. Usually the temp DB file is number of cores divided by 2, or maximum cap is 8. The new version of SQL servers, they come out with equal number of cores, but you need to be careful in the virtual environment. What we have as the core is the virtual core is actually the thread. So the underlying hardware, it can be 2 or 3 cores or even 4 cores, physical cores, with a thread ratio of, let's say, 2. Then 8 virtual processor, and SQL will come out with 8 virtual processor. But the best is we look at the physical core itself instead of the virtual core. So do you guys have any question? If no, then we proceed with the security and hardening. Okay.
Hi, Hamid. Actually, I had
Yeah.
a question, and
Hi.
it somewhat kind of it's
Yeah.
related to what you talked about, speed of ERP services and how responsive they are. And this question is from the perspective of a project manager, right? So when gathering requirements with my DBA or subject matter experts, what should I consider as the sweet spot of what is either too fast or too slow for ERP servers?
Okay, that's one actually you need to look at your business requirement. If let's say your business says that any report that it needs to be generated within half an hour, that's your tolerance. If it's within half an hour is good. If it's within 5 minutes is very. Or let's say the transactions in the ERP system, let's say the team, they are keen or entering data records, and every record that they enter, if it takes 5 or 6 seconds to just commit, that is super slow. So it needs to be kind of within a second, it commit and insert the record. Or they try to search a record, that it needs to search within a second or 2. Should not take long time. But again, to answer your question, the database performance is highly related to the business requirements. Some companies, they don't mind that 5 or 6 seconds because they don't have much entries. But some companies, they have a lot of data entries, concurrent sessions. 5 or 6 seconds is a hell for them. So they want it within a second.
Yeah, I see.
So
Thank you
as a
so much.
project, you're welcome. So as a project manager, I think you need to set the expectation.
We'll probably have to discuss this with business analysts, system analysts, and try to understand where the company lies in terms with the stakeholders and the actual need. Because I imagine that too fast, you'll basically be bleeding money with a lot of computing power if it's not a requirement, right?
Correct. But sometimes I tell you that the slowness is due to the database design or the query design. So it can be fixed. But anyhow, if you don't fix that and you want to invest in the hardware, yes, as you said, it's a lot of money that they need to invest.
Yeah, even if you're using a kind of cloud system that can have an auto throttling or something like that, you would still
Yep.
be using money that perhaps can be used in somewhere else. Yeah, thank you so much.
Correct. You're welcome. So the security hardening, once you install the SQL, we need to harden it. Otherwise, we will have a lot of attacks. If your server is having the static IP and is the public IP, which means that it's connected to internet and it has static IP, I suggest that you disable the port 52 and 53 for TCP and the UDP. There is a DNS port which a lot of attackers they try to attack and DDoS through that port. So here in this slide, I try to come up with the layers of the security. One is the building security. You cannot just leave your database server in the middle of your office hall and without any gates, without any doors or specific server room or security measures like CCTV or access controls. So that's one of it. Second is the personal authorization. Not everyone should enter the server room. And if they enter, they need to log it. That's the second. And the third one is the TLS SSL configuration between the database server and the app server and the other client machines. When we go deeper is the network firewall within the network, within the database server, Windows firewall. We need to set it. And the next layer is file system. In the file system, we need to limit the access. So users or just normal users, they are not able to access the drives that holding or storing the data file and the log file. Only the SQL administrator can access those drives. That's one of it. And when we go deeper, which I call it in-depth security, it goes to the SQL Server logins, database users, the access, privileges, and the database encryption or backup encryption. That's those kind of layers of the security. Most of companies, they have security from the building, personal authorization, TLS, SSL, some of them, and the network firewall. But file system and this database security like encryptions, backup encryption, database encryption, logins, specific login for the app or users or user permissions, they don't really have. So we need to harden that. And also we need to change the default port of SQL Server. So we don't use the 1433. We need to use different port. That's a must. We need to change it. Um, so let's go through this TLS 1.2 or SSL for TDS protocol. So when we enable the TLS 1.2, basically we are securing up the network connectivity and the communication between the SQL Server and the application or the users. So it will try to encrypt the TDS packages, and not everyone they can go and do the data sniffing through the network. It's not supported by certain apps, so you need to check whether your application is compatible with TLS 1.2. If they are using .NET Framework, then you need to upgrade the .NET Framework and you need to, do some changes in the registry. Then the TLS 1.2, it will be enabled. In SQL 2019 and 2022, it's already enabled by default, and the Windows Server 2019 and 2022 is already enabled by default, so you don't need to do anything. But you need to ensure that your apps are compatible with this TLS 1.2. Um, Things that we need to do is to change the default ports. We need to disable the network discovery. We need to hide the SQL instances. So in the SQL configuration, after we install, we are able to hide the instance within the network. So which means that when the hacker comes, when they try to scan with the PTY query, it doesn't find out the SQL instance. And the default port, we need to change it because most of attackers, they try to attack 1433. That's the default. And they try to attack with SA login. So we need to change the login as well. We should not rely on just remain the SA login as it is. You can create a fake SA login if you wish to have the SA login, but not as a system administrator. You can give it as a public database reader, but not system administrator. Um, so let us do some, but this one, we need to see whether it's still loading. Okay, it seems that this server basically is the Azure VM. Okay, when I say Azure VM, I think it changed it by itself. Okay, good. Then we mix it. Let's say we set complicated password, add the current user data. So the root it says here, but I'm gonna make the root is for the system databases. I'm gonna for this user data. The log, it will be different drive. Definitely we need to have a drive for backup as well, but right now we don't have it, so we just leave it as it is. And the temp DB, we remove one. We make it as here, temporary. And it automatically makes it 8. And the auto growth, I just don't want the initial is 8 MB is too small. And the auto growth, I'm gonna set it as 1024 as well. This one also the log file 1024 and auto growth 1024. For the log file, whatever you set as an initial size, the auto growth needs to be the same as well. The reason is if you set initial, let's say 1024, but the auto growth you go for 64 MB, you are going to have VLF fragmentation, which I'm going to explain later on in the documentation when we try to document. And the log directory, I'm going to change it to log files, sorry, tempdb log. Maxed up, it says 8, but what I do, I usually go for 1/3 of the number of CPUs. So right now I have 8 cores. I can go maximum with 3. And the memory here, this is the default value. This is recommended 23 GB. So I have my own formula based on the SQL Server engine that how it works. I have this tool which I developed previously called SQL Analyzer. And we go for memory. I choose 2016 because the engine still remains the same, even Windows Server. Total memory, I have 32. Total logical, I have 8. So I'm going to make the buffer pool with 18 plus 5.8. It will be 23, 24 GB. So 24 GB. It will be 24. Let me calculate correctly. Calculator. 24 times 1024. 24,576,576. And the minimum, usually I go 10% of max memory. So 10% will be 2457. 2, 4, 5, 7. Yep, I accept it. File stream, it depends whether your application it requires file stream or not. This is for writing the binary data or blob data into the disk, and you can access through the Windows API. So we just don't enable it. We review, we install. So let's proceed the slide. For the demonstration, I will show you once it complete the installation. So do you guys have any questions so far? Yep. Yep. You can unmute yourself and ask a question. Okay, if no question, then we proceed. Anyhow, we can provide you the complimentary services like health check, a comprehensive health check, or one-to-one advisory service. So just feel free to contact me or Fabio, which I'm going to share his contact later on. I know that it was quite some time, so we can go for 5 minutes break time, then we continue.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I don't understand how to create a sequential log file. Please repeat again.
Sequential?
Yes.
Sequential
I don't
log
understand
file?
sequential log file, how to format the sequential log file.
Oh, actually we were testing, not formatting.
Yes.
We were testing the storage to see whether it's compatible with random or sequential. So when you install the SQL IO, is a tool called SQL IO. You can download it from Microsoft website, SQL IO. Then you need to use the command prompt to add on some of the parameters, like for example here. So when we want to test it as a sequential, we just say that the format sequential. Then it will perform the read and write in a sequential format of the accessing the data. Then it will come out with a test result.
Okay, thank you so much.
You're most welcome. Okay, I know it's not 5 minutes, but I think we better start because we definitely will go run out of time. Okay, so before that, let's do the demo here. File system security hardening, port changes, configuration, firewall, network communication hardening via TLS 1.2, disable unnecessary services and ports, and database encryption at rest. Okay, it's already installed, and I did install the SSMS as well to save some time. Then let me open up the SSMS. But before that, I'm gonna change the port. That's one of the security hardening task. To change the port, first you review the service. We have these services. Then here we have this. Sorry, here. Protocols for MS SQL Server. We have TCP/IP disabled. We need to enable it. Perfect. Name pipe, usually keep it disabled. In the older version, is quite I think is enabled, but you make it disabled. Shared memory definitely needs to be enabled. Then you come to the properties. We have all these IP addresses. So we have this default port TCP 1433. My favorite port is 9988. I don't know why, but yeah, it's my favorite number. So 9988, it will apply to all. And here we have the, sorry, we have the properties here. Another one is the hiding instance within the network. Right click on the protocols, properties, hiding instance here. Another one, if you want to force encryption, but it's not really compatible with all kind of applications, you are able to force it. So when they try to connect to the SQL, they need to enable the force encryption true in the connection string. I don't suggest that to do it, but the hide instance is safe. You can just go for it. When they try to search, it doesn't appear. Then you go for the advanced extended protection. You can enable it or allowed. But again, you need to check whether the app is compatible. Then it's done. Then we need to restart the service at the moment. Boom. The second thing is you need to configure the Windows firewall for 9988 because the default port was 33. So we need to add on the firewall rules. This is under advanced settings. Okay, inbound rules and outbound. Port, sorry, 9988. All domains, then SQL Server. DB engine. And the outbound as well. Port 988. SQL Server DB engine. Yeah, this is already configured. For the TLS 1.2, to check whether it's enabled or not, it's quite easy. You can just go for inetcpl.cpl, if I don't mistaken. Yep. So this is the internet properties. We go for advanced. And here we scroll down. We will see here, yep. By default, the TLS 1.2 in the new Windows Server is enabled and TLS 1.1 is disabled. This is the new regulations which I implement for all my clients that we change it. It's compulsory, except in a scenario that the application is not compatible. Then we can justify. This is it. So now we need to connect to the SQL and we need to harden the SQL from inside as well. Now the port is changed. The what I call the TLS is enabled. Now the next is disable the SA account. SA account, it needs to be disabled, or we can create a fake SA, which I'm gonna teach you how to create. It's very simple. We just create new login. We make it as DB creator or DB reader, data reader. Then we name it as SA. So we rename the SA. My favorite is, don't rename it as SQL admin or SQL administrator or this kind of thing. You name it as something that hackers, they cannot find it or they cannot guess. I usually put it as system administrator underscore win 2019. Let's say this one installed in 2023. Something that they cannot guess. Or you can name the machine name next to the the login. Let's say you can put SQL admin underscore something. Oh, I think it was too long. Let's say SQL admin underscore let me check the machine name. Okay, SQL event underscore SQL event. Yeah. So if you're required to have SA, fine. You just create one SA, dummy SA with some password. Of enforce expiry, no need. Default, usually you put in temp DB. So if let's say people accidentally connect and try to create an object, they don't create it in master database, they create in the temp DB. Then we go for public and maybe database creator. Done. So let's let it be. If hacker try to access this and manage to log in, good, they can just create a database at most. So another thing that we need to configure in the SQL here, under the security, now you need to set what kind of auditing you would like to have, only for failed logins or successful login or both. I usually keep it as both. And also I always enable common criteria compliance and C2 audit tracing. These two is for the ISO security, and it will keep a detail of login and logout. It's very good if you are required to audit the login activities. And this one, the cross database ownership chaining, is usually for, let's say you run a query, then after that you try to connect to another database to extract the data. So the connection between the two databases from single query, it called the ownership chaining. This one, the cross database ownership chaining. So you can log it. I think this is new because in 2019, I didn't see this option. Then you can keep it as well. Now let's talk about the configuration because we already installed. We look at the memory. These two parts we already configured, but here we require some analysis and we check whether this 1 MB is it sufficient as a minimum memory per query, or is too much, or is too little. Then we can adjust it. Processor wise, we don't really touch. The reason is because once you make it as a manual configuration, SQL is not able to dynamically allocate threads or the worker based on the CPU. Like for example, if I say that I want this CPU to be used for the process, then we go for IO affinity, IO and IO. So this force, it will be used for the process. This one will be IO. If let's say we don't have IO, SQL is not able to move the worker from CPU 1 to CPU 5, for example, because this is allocated only for IO. That's why I don't recommend that. If you want to do this, then you need to enable a trace flag, which I don't remember right now. That's a global trace flag to make sure that SQL is able to switch it. But it's not the best practice. We just keep it as automated. Maximum worker thread also, we keep it as dynamic allocation based on the CPU cores. That's the best. But if you want to change it, then you need to go by number of cores and the available memory. Then it has a matrix is already mentioned in the SQL in the Microsoft portal. The next one that I usually touch is the advanced options. This is what I like it. So what happened here? I usually change the optimize for ad hoc query workloads. This one, if you have a lot of ad hoc query generated from the application, it is not run through the view or procedure or function, I usually enable it. And I usually check if the application is developed in .NET Framework. The ADO.NET default packet size is 8 KB. Then I change it to 8192. That's one of it. Second is the cost threshold for parallelism. A lot of people say that, oh, this new hardwares, we don't need to keep at 5, we keep it 50 or 100. It actually depends on the workload. Some queries, some environment, I put it as 400, some I put it as 1, some I put it as 2. It all depends. So when you have a lot of workload and the CPU resources are the bottleneck, then you need to increase this. So I have one environment, production environment, that the CPU resource is the bottleneck. I always see the thread pool weight stats. Then I just move it to 400. Then the thread pool weight stat reduce. So it can process more queries, but it becomes slow. At least I don't receive the timeout. The business users, they already know the issue. So we approach the management to increase number of cores or purchase the new hardware. That's the bottleneck after performance tuning and so on. So again, it depends, but by default, I usually put it just 5 is okay. After a week monitoring, then I will change it. This one never ever enable it. Boost SQL Server priority, always remain it as false. The reason is if you enable it, you might lose some data because it will take the priority of the processor. Then any data comes to the network adapter. If it's not processed, it will be replaced with the next packet. And it can cause some kind of data loss and the slowness in the application because application need to send again the packet or receive the packet. This one, you just keep it as false. Then, okay. Then we restart the engine. So any questions so far? And one more security measure. if you have a default instance, always disable this browser, because hackers, they can find the SQL instance name and the port through the browser. Browser port is fixed, is 1434 TCP UDP. And the hackers, they use the PTY query, is the port query application, which is again developed by Microsoft. You can query and scan the ports within the network, and it can come out with all the SQL info. This is something is good that you disable. So any questions? Nope. Okay, let's proceed to proactive administration. After you install, configure, definitely your developers, your vendor will restore the databases, configure it, connect to the app. Now it's time for you to do the administration, which means monitoring, tuning, backing up, security hardening, security check, auditing, and so on. Here I want to take the opportunity to introduce a product named ai-dba. Is the in-house tool grown by my team and myself. This is using the machine learning and the AI to understand the SQL Server environment. It performs the health check frequently, about um, 2 times a week. It will perform the comprehensive health check and monitor the database servers. It will come out with the recommendations in terms of performance tuning, in terms of security hardening, in terms of the data access pattern analysis. It has also a feature called intelligent communication. You can send email or receive email. It's able also to create a support ticket on behalf to my team. So if, let's say, your database server is having some errors, then it will create the support ticket and my team can, assist. And also it can search the internet to find out any workaround for the error message. That's one of it. I just want to highlight that it doesn't use this third-party features or APIs. It's all the homegrown solutions. So back in 2021, we managed 2,500 databases. In 2022, we managed 3,000 databases, production databases for our clients, just by using ai-dba. It runs 24/7. Let me show you some demo about the portal and show you how it looks like. So this is ai-dba. Just the login. Let me log into the demo account. So this is my demo account, which I have enrolled many servers. This is the dashboard. It shows that how many users for this account is accessed globally. It shows that how many succeed recommendations executed, some failed, some scheduled running, or total severe alerts and so on. It come out with the demography of your SQL environment. Data access pattern in my demo is not enabled, so it can even show me that the data access pattern for each user, for each database server and table. Overview of the hardware resource utilization, like disk capacity available and used among all these servers, memory utilization, and the processor utilization. And it also come out with this number of instances that is already out of support. 1 in 16 months, another 5 in 14 months, another 1. So it actually gives me some insight that, okay, I need to plan for upgrade. Network latency also is not enabled for the demo account. It will show the chart that is grabbing the data from application server and the database server. It shows all the graph. Here we have this list of servers. It shows the version, number of database, the score, out of 5, what is the score, and the last health check. Automatically take the health check 2 times a week. Let's say we look at this. It come out with the info. and come up with the recommendations. So after it does the health check, it will do the analysis and it will come out with recommendation. What is the best for this server? Like, okay, it needs to do some instance configuration. So when we click on the recommendation, it's already generated the script and the rollback script. If once you review, you seems it's okay, it can be applied. Then you can just click on approve. So it will ask you, do you want to execute immediately? You want to execute during the next non-peak hours, because it understands when is the next peak hour and non-peak hour, or you want to schedule in specific date and time. Once you approve it, then it will schedule for execution. You can view the history of the recommendations. My internet is quite slow. Okay, this one seems doesn't have applied anything. I can check other server, like severe error and alerts. It shows manage jobs. It will show and it will come up with the execution grid if there is any execution. Database recovery and analysis. Database information, which DB, for example, what is their IO, storage, and disk utilization over the health checks. The one that I like it is the documentation, which I'm going to show you later on. You click on here, then it generates the document, full documentation about your server. And you are able to set it here to do the health check for you 2 times a week. What you would like to do, enable recommendation execution, data pattern, statistics, monitoring, and so on. Once it's done, another feature that I like here is the command prompt. So when I say that it learns, because whenever we execute the recommendation and approve it, it execute it automatically and it capture the health check and find out whether the recommendation is useful or not. And next time it will try to recommend it and try to mix it with another sort of recommendation to check whether the impact will increase or decrease. Let's say list all recommendations. This is the command prompt. So it will list all the recommendations for all the servers and says the status pending, or it's already executed or scheduled. Okay. Another, it has many command prompts, but I just want to show you that those are very interesting. The effect. So when we talk about the effect, it will tell us that specific recommendation, when it runs together, like for example, recommendation ID 38, 37, not ID is a type, 26 and 25, when it runs, it increase or decrease the IO performance. This one increase the IO performance, increase the processor performance, increase the memory performance, and the query performance. But combination of 26 and 25, it increase the IO performance 5%, 60% CPU, 7% of memory, but the query still increase. The next time, it will try to recommend these 4 together instead of only these 2. This is something that the machine learning behind it collect the statistics and it learns, and it also learn from different clients, different tenants. So learning is globally. So every user that they log in and use the system, the machine learning, the model, it learns from everyone and try to apply to every individual user. Another thing that the feature I like is the analyze all errors. This one will analyze, it will capture all the critical errors within the server, those enrolled servers. So this so-called is the critical error severity 20. It needs to be fixed. So let's say we want to check it out. What should we do for this error? Don't worry, the ai-dba actually did the research. So workaround, then it actually did the research for the error and it came out with 2 links. So far, the rate of the links, because nobody applied and give feedback, is considered 0. This is the demo account. Then you can just check it out. Let's say you just copy, paste it here. What it does, the machine learning and the NLP, it will get the error message and the frequency as well. Then it will try to crawl through the internet. It will find the most relevant content for you. So you don't need to look for, for the error message, how to solve it, and you open a lot of tabs and you see that none of it works and so on. So it actually gives you the content that is most relevant. This is something, and another one is the, sorry. I want to show you that export, let's say MYTP EPDB SRV01 document. Okay, now the document export is in progress, but let's say I want to check MYTP EPDB SRV01 document. Then it will say that, okay, one document is in progress. The other document completed 30th of March. This one is, the time is the UTC. So it's actually 7 hours forward. Okay, then we copy, we paste it here. So it actually generates documents for us. The documentation, it consists of the server health check, recommendations, the detail of the resource utilization, configurations. So you can keep it as a baseline, basically. I think it's a heavy document.
Hi, Hamid. I have a question, if you don't mind.
Hi. Yeah.
Yeah. Are those workarounds kind of recommended by Microsoft, or any? Is there any entity kind of vouching for those workarounds?
Which workaround? The one that I showed just now?
Yeah.
This
So,
one?
for example, as I understood, once the system kind of triggers an error, then you can query and find a workaround for that, right? So it optimizes the search and all that. But are those workarounds kind of validated? Will they work for the problem that I'm having?
Basically, it will try to use the NLP to match the most relevant content. So that's why when you review it, if it's not relevant, you need to rate it as not relevant. Machine learning will understand that if there is any such link or any similar content is not relevant to that error. So it doesn't go and look for it anymore.
I see.
So basically, we need to feed also at the same time.
And these are external sources,
honestly,
right?
Yeah, but related to like Stack Overflow, like our own company domain, Microsoft domain, MS SQL, those well-known domains. So we don't really go and look for any other. Basically, that's will limit the internet search.
All right, cool. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And,
so when it generates the database document, yeah, go ahead.
Oh, sorry, I had a follow-up question. Is that okay, or?
Yeah, definitely. Go ahead.
Yeah, so since you mentioned NLP, does the console kind of support more complex NLP queries? So, for example, lists all recommendations with pending status from X to I dates, filter by severity, for example, and export in CSV results in CSV format. Does it do that?
Okay, that is actually the email communication, not here. So yeah, you can send the email to Metis@fart-solutions.com. That is actually the agent, something like Cortana. Then it will process based on your email address if you are assigned as a user here, and it will try to process. But anyhow, it has limited the functionality and the understanding at the moment. So we are trying to expand it. But what you are saying, like selecting table or backup, restore, create login, so far alter login, password, like create database, this kind of thing, it is able to do it. It's able completely. So anyhow you send email, it try to understand. If it doesn't understand, then it will try to CC to one of the human support. Then it will engage the human inside the email loop.
Thanks for clarifying.
Yeah, most welcome. Yeah, so the document is generated, then it will come up with action required by administrator, the health check overview, hardware spec, blah, blah, all those warning scripts, and also the query performance comparison. There's the appendix. Then this is what needs to be done: disable unused indexes. That's the important type of recommendation. Then it come out with the health check. It come out with the hardware spec. It come out the environment and the ports that are open, the service account and the services configuration, actually a benchmark and the full documentation for your environment, and also the MCR. So MCR, it calculates it automatically based on the concurrent users that it has, estimated query cache, and estimated query elapsed time, and come up with the number of ports. All these configs, then it come up with recommendation for consistency check, database growth. It will appear based on every health check, so you have a trend here. And the input output based on each database, the IL, you have it as well here. Then you have input output per second for each DB. You have table size again. You have transaction log file fragmentation with the percentage and indicators. This is something that it shows that, oh, okay, my specific DB is having VLF fragmentation, and you need to do something about it, because it will reduce the insert, delete, and update performance. Then okay, do you guys have my screen right now? Sorry, I lost the internet. Fabio, is everything okay? Do you see my screen?
Yeah,
Okay,
I can see
perfect.
yours.
Okay, good. So yeah, it come up with the long running queries with some description that is considered what is considered long running queries. More than 1,000 milliseconds is considered long running queries. Then come out with the backup histories and so on, that of the indexes that it needs to be created, missing indexes per DB. Yeah, and also the recommendations plus the script. You see that these are the recommendations, including the script. what you need to do for this database server, like tempdb file replacement. It will advise you to replace and move the tempdb database file and the log files. Or you create a job to take backup, or you create a job to do the backup retention. Many things about 43 or 45 recommendations that it. And the last one here is the query comparison. I'm gonna show you here. Sorry, 150. This recommendation. Yeah. So the query comparison, it actually come out with this table that query number 4, this DB, previously run 40 millisecond, 27 millisecond, 409 millisecond, and which one it increased, which one it decreased, which one remained the same, and which query never run previously and right now it's run. So you can have a kind of benchmarking, proper benchmarking, and it come out with the query itself here. Yeah, this is the document. I see it, and my clients, they use it. They generate every month and they keep it as a benchmark. Okay. So any questions so far?
Very impressive, Hamid. Is a kind of superpower for DBAs, right?
Yeah, actually, it helps them a lot because I was DBA before. It's very, challenging. Client wants document, client wants tuning, client wants to check auditing, error message appear. They don't know what to do. Sometimes the error is very simple. They just need to search a little bit and find out. They don't know how to do it. They don't know how to search. So we create all these features to ensure that we smooth out the support process, and also we make sure that we meet SLA, because our SLA is half an hour, and hour is very tight SLA. Yeah, that's why we. Okay.
Hey, hi, Hamid. I have a question based on the report,
Hi, yep.
which is actually
Yep.
very impressive. The amount of information that
Yep.
it provides. But as a manager, how do I validate if the ai-dba is performing to plan? Are there any suggested metrics based on, I don't know, true, false positives, like confusion matrix, that my DBA should be aware of? Or are these all like things that I can customize for my organization?
Basically the customization in terms of features and the recommendations we don't have, because it learns and it generates script by itself. So in terms of at the end, your DBA need to review it. I don't recommend that the users they just approve blindly. You has to review the code to check whether it's workable. Does it require downtime or not? Which again, ai-dba will, it requires downtime or not. But how long it will take and so on, ai-dba is still learning. We still have to learning. Again, at the end, to answer your question, your DBA is the ultimate person to approve it. And in terms of, let's say, the accurate or not, again, we need to check the, but so far, see it that most of the times is accurate. And it shows the improvement in terms of performance, manageability, and database recovery and those things. Yeah.
Fantastic. Thank you.
You're most welcome. I mean, when we introduce this product, it doesn't mean that DBA will be away. No, this product will help the DBA to do more and to do better. I know that of you guys do the best, but I'm sure this tool also will help you as well. So continuous performance tuning. One thing that we as a DBA, I was DBA too, we need to do always monitoring. But when we have a lot of database on hand, and so we try to wait for the business users to complain. We don't try to do the proactive performance tuning. So once a business user complain about the performance, we try to do the tuning. But honestly speaking, it should be the other way. Means that we need to go and tune it continuously. We need to monitor the performance, and if there's any indicator that the performance is going to be degraded, or we might have slow queries, then we need to inform the business users. It needs to be from inside to outside, not from outside to inside. Means we need to inform business users, not they inform us. So in the daily workload, we have two types of workload. Online transaction processing, OLTP, which is most database servers, they are OLTP servers like ERP system, sales, POS, and so on. CRM. The other one is analytics processing, online analytics processing, OLAP, which is more on data warehousing, analytics, you know, slice and dice, do the time series analysis. So these two workloads are actually different. We cannot tune the way that we are tuning monitoring OLTP server to the OLAP server, and vice versa. We cannot do that. OLAP server, they run quite small amount of workload, but the workload takes long time to process because you need to take and analyze a lot of records. But the OLTP, it's actually a lot of workload, but the processing needs to be very fast. Like imagine we will receive 10,000 transactions per day, but this 10,000, for example, needs to be each of it within a second. But the OLAP, we will receive, let's say, 50 requests, but each of it takes about maybe half an hour to 45 minutes. It's totally different environment. So the way we are going to tune it also is different. To identify the queries and use this query. I love it. It might take some time to run because it needs to analyze the query plan, whether there's index scan or table scan or lookup. But it come up with kind of insight that you will know which query is problematic. This doesn't show any blocking or long running queries, but it's actually showing the problematic queries. Problematic queries, it can be short query. It might run fast, but it's the problematic. Means they run concurrently, then it can cause blocking. If they run not concurrently as a serial, then it might work okay, and you might not see the performance issue. So by this query, you are able to find out your problematic workloads and the queries. I'm going to share with you the deck, so definitely you can just copy and paste it and run it and see the result. Now let's talk about the database workload and execution plan operators. We have index scan, table scan, QLOOKUP, RID lookup. These four, they are performance killer. Definitely, you cannot say that they are not. They are. Table scan slaughter, QLOOKUP slaughter the performance. RID lookup 2. Index scan is actually somehow, if let's say it's the clustered index scan, definitely it will reduce the performance. If it's non-clustered index scan, it's again, it depends. If the index is quite big, then it will reduce the performance. If it's quite small, it might not. It might not, but it's better to be index sick. But anyhow, it depends to the workload. Sometimes index sick is not feasible, and index scan is the best, or table scan. But again, we need to check it out. But definitely we need to avoid as much as possible these 4 operators. So I'm gonna show you how to capture the long running queries and let's say optimize the slow performing query. But before that, let me proceed with the slide. Then we come back to the demonstration. Do you guys have any questions so far? Okay, no. We go for 5 minutes break. Sorry, not 5 minutes, maybe 2-3 minutes break. Then we come back because we only have half an hour time. Okay. The next one that you need to set up is the high availability and disaster recovery. Every database server requires this at least high availability. Disaster recovery might not be really important, but again, I suggest you to have it. But some businesses for them, okay, if high availability is good enough. All depends and begins from the RTO and the RPO. If the RTO is low, the recovery time objective, and the RPO as well is low, then you need to have high availability with the latest technology such as availability group, failover clustering, and also you need to have disaster recovery side, which I suggest if you don't want to invest in DR side, it's good to have a cloud solution or the cloud VM, uh, as a DR. That's the best. So the high availability design, it can be the um, Windows failover cluster here. This is the classic clustering, and this is the uh, always on availability group, which you can have 2 replicas. This one you have 2 server, but one server is idle, one is active. This one is 2 servers, both active. One is read write, the other one is read only. So you can use it as a reporting server, you can use it as backup server, and so on. In terms of disaster recovery design, again, it needs to go back to the RPO that I said and the RTO. If let's say your RTO is 4 days, 5 days, then you can go for cold disaster recovery design, which means that you guys just buy the server licenses and keep it in the server room. Then once disaster happen, you set it up, you install, configure, restore, and bring it up. The other one is the warm disaster recovery design, which means that you already buy the server hardware license, you assemble, you install, configure, but you don't restore the database. And the hot disaster recovery design, which means that everything is set up same as production, and you have the direct link to your DR site, and the data is replicating to the DR in real time. That is the hot disaster recovery design, such as always on availability group or log shipping, for example. It can consider as hot disaster recovery design. Do you guys have any questions? Okay, let's proceed. So what to document, as I show you just now, is the hardware spec, operating system, network configuration, instance configuration, benchmarks are very important and the key content. Once you do it, then you have peace in mind that if anything happened, you still have the configurations, the reference. So if you need to set up another server, you know what you should do and what configuration. This one already shown to you guys. So any questions so far? Okay, again, that we provide complimentary services to you guys. If you need comprehensive health check or one-to-one advisory service, like you just want to discuss or you have dilemma whether you need to implement way first or second or third, or you are not sure what to do, please just arrange the call with Mr. Fabio. So he will help you on that. And we can arrange a call and we can help you on your challenges. Okay, get in touch with him. Thanks. Conclusion. So we talk about the SQL Server overview, hardware resource planning, which is very important. Setup and configuration, security hardening, the basic security hardening, proactive administration, that what we should do, like monitoring, recommendations, tuning, and so on. Continuous performance tuning to monitor and tune the DBs instead of waiting for business users to complain about the performance. We need to monitor and proactively tune it. High availability and disaster recovery setup and the configuration, the modes and the design mode of the disaster recovery, like cold, warm, and hot, and what to document. And I already show you the documentation, that what you should keep as a benchmark or as a configuration documentation. Thanks for joining. I'm gonna show you the demo for the performance tuning and monitoring the long running queries. Then after that, we can dismiss this event. Okay, let's here. I need to restore 1 DB, which is everyone knows is the AdventureWorks. Okay, device. Yep, file. Service. SQL admin. Works. Okay. Database name, I remove this 2019. Perfect. So let's select asterisk from that. Let me check the tables. It's been a long time I didn't use this DB. Okay, person that employee sales that sales order detail, D inner join sales that sales order header hedge on H. Let me increase hedge that sales order ID equal B that sales order ID. Then query it. Okay, let's look at set statistics IO time on. We run again. Here you see that we have this logical reads. Good, we don't have physical read, one scan type, two tables. It took about 3 seconds, and the CPU time 593. Let's look at the execution plan. Let's run again. So we can see that the clustered index scan, clustered index scan, total number of rows, 100%, 100%, everything looks good. Let us do some filtering. Where page dot due date between 2018-01-01 and 2019-01-01. Let us check whether it generated report. Okay, didn't show anything. So now, even though we come up with the due date as this date, it doesn't have any record, it's fine. But it came out with logical read 689 from the order header. And it even created a work table inside the temp DB. Even though it doesn't have any read write, it's fine. But we can tune this. I know that it runs within 0 seconds, but if we run it frequently, it can cause problem. It can cause blocking because of this guy. Just imagine if other people also inserting a record, and it can cause problem from here. So what we need to do, we need to create an index based on due date. But anyhow, if we go for asterisk, whatever we do, it's not a point, but let's create index FARDIX01 on sales.sales order header due date ascending. I don't want to include any other column, because if I want to include it, make it covering index, then I need to add all the columns. I don't want to do that. Anyway, this is not the best practice to have asterisk. This is just for our testing. By right, I need to name all the columns individually, those columns that is needed. I usually go for with data compression page and allow page lock off. Page locks. Okay, off. The reason I turn it off, because in certain environment, we need to ensure the data page lock is avoided. And SQL should not escalate the row lock to page lock, especially if you have a lot of insert, delete, update transactions. Otherwise, it will cause a lot of blocking. So once it's done, oops, and we go and have a look. We see how the thing look like. Okay, now it's actually going to do the index seek from my index. It performs the key lookup to fetch the columns. Then after that, try to join it. So this is good. This doesn't cause any blocking, because first it captured the dates from my non-clustered index. Then it will try to create a, retrieve the key lookup, which again, it caused some kind of blocking in the base table in the clustered index, but it's less than previous execution plan. Then here also we have indexing. If we want to avoid this key lookup, then I need to add on as included column. If just imagine, if let's say I just want to have h dot due date, h dot total view, h dot for example account number, d dot line total, d dot I don't know order quantity, for example. Then I can just create an index here with include due date. Okay, due date is already added. Total due, account number. Then I add here drop existing on. Okay, now let's run again. Now it become index 6 from the non-clustered index. These are the very basic indexing technique, which can save a lot of resources and a lot of performance improvement you can gain from here. Basically, the logical reads become 2 from 680 plus become only 2 logical reads. And total elapsed time almost 0 millisecond. Okay. So any questions? Okay. If no question, then I say thank you to all of you. I hope that the event was informative to you guys, and I hope that you can bring back to your workplace and ease off some of your workload. Yeah, if you have any question, any concern, you just drop me an email or you can contact Fabio so we can help you guys.
Hamid,
Yep.
please, from tomorrow, Friday, and maybe Monday, I will be in contact with all of the attendees here to make a quick survey, and if you guys have any issue or any doubt or things like that, just let me know and we'll transfer to Hamid if it's technical, and we talk more about some other things you think is important. Thank you so much, Hamid.
You're most welcome. And one more thing, guys. Next month, I'm gonna conduct Power BI workshop. Again, it will be about 3 hours. Is the basic to intermediate Power BI, including DAX and advanced DAX analytics. So if you guys are interested, again, please join the event for the next month. Most welcome. Okay, thank you guys. Thanks for your time. Fabio, thanks.
Yep. Thank you, Hamid. Thank you.
Most welcome. Thanks. Okay, bye guys. I will share the video and also the slide deck. So Fabio will share with you guys.
Thank you.
Most welcome. Bye.